with the rebound. And the Grizzlies shooting a lackluster 38% for the game, struggling so far. And it doesn't go.
Well, the defense was solid right there, but that's just a missed opportunity at the rim.
It really does make the game easy for your teammates when you can lead them to the rim that well with a pass.
Now Jackson. That does not go. 1:44 left in the game. Here's Murray. Now Jones. For three. The shot is off. The Grizzlies trail by 8. Jerome. Yep, that's going to go in.
But what a steady presence offensively and a very difficult player to game plan for.
And so James Borrego decides to call timeout. He's going to take a few moments here to check in with his team and regroup.
It's time to get down to our mascot. Let's go.
Change here. Prosper's checked in. Murray with it. Got it to go off the glass.
You can just see the passion and love with which he plays the game. You see how he prepares, the work ethic, the way he interacts with his teammates. And when he hits the floor, it's all about the game.
A chance here to get a quick injury report.
I was able to catch up with the Grizzlies' head athletic trainer. He told me it's a dislocated finger that's causing a good deal of pain right now. All indications are that he's able to play through it, and while this injury doesn't seem to be a lingering one, it's still something to monitor.
Family, thanks as always. We appreciate the report.
Yeah, these bumps and dings happen to everybody in this league, but he'll get treated, and hopefully we'll see him soon.
Wells comes with the double team. Beyond the arc, buries the deep ball.
Give them credit. They've worked hard all game, now looking to finish it.
I think the key here is to be careful about playing it too safely. Just keep doing what you're doing.
4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. The crossover. Oh!
That's as good as it gets. Woo!
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
And this run should seal this win. What a timely burst.
So we see the Pelicans get the win here. A narrow win under difficult circumstances, Greg, as the visiting team.
It really was, but that didn't seem to bother me. I mean, road team, home team, all I know is they were the better team.
Well said. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. Alongside Tim Legler, Greg Anthony, and our reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching, folks. And as we leave you, let's take a look at our player of the game, DeJounte Murray.
Introducing the starter for the Memphis Grizzlies. Starting at 6 feet, 7 inches, number 18, starting at power forward at 6 foot 9 inches, number 22, at small forward, number 0, Jalen Brown. At shooting guard, standing 6 foot 5, number 23, Cedric. The other ball, standing 6 foot 5, number 2, Ty Jerome. The head coach for your Memphis Grizzlies is Thomas C. Sullivan. Your Memphis Grizzlies.
Now let's take a look at the Bucks opening lineup. Inside they have Giannis and Turner. Then there's Kevin Porter, and it's Rollins in at the 2. And for Memphis, we've got Jalen Wells, and it's Jerome in at the point. Our two defensive-focused teams squaring up here. Every bucket will be hard-earned tonight.
Yeah, everything's going to be contested, B.A. There's going to be saran wrap defense played by both of these teams.
It'll be Memphis off the tip. Here's Coward. Jerome outside. 6 to shoot. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. Off target from outside. And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. Well, Grant, you got to give the Bucks credit. 9 straight postseason appearances, the longest running streak in the league.
Yeah, but 3 straight first-round exits. I mean, you can tell the boat's taking on water, and tough decisions are required.
The first of many tonight. Both teams have legit offensive talent. Boy, I tell you what, that's going to be like a pinball machine, the way that scoreboard's going to light up.
Now here's Jerome. Marked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call.
3-second violation.
First quarter, just over a minute played. Here's Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
And Antetokounmpo showing his versatility yet again. His dribble moves are virtually unguardable.
Oh, stolen by Turner. And it's Antetokounmpo off the drive. And Giannis throws it down.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
What? You mean the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas. I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
Memphis shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
2 shots.
The first one falls. That one falls, so he hits both of them. Just over a minute and a half in. The Bucks have gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Hey, Brian. In an era of title or bust thinking, it's noteworthy that the grit and grind Grizzlies of the 2010s are properly celebrated. While they never made it past the Western Conference Finals, their physical style, built around Zach Randolph, Marc Gasol, Tony Allen, and Mike Conley, built a lasting legacy in Memphis. EA?
Thank you, Allie. And really an offensive transformation for the Grizzlies since 2024, Grant.
Yeah, they're pushing the pace, playing a unique style with a lot of cutting and movement off the ball, crashing the offensive glass. I mean, it all seems to be working.
It's stolen. Here we go. Using his post moves to get the 2 points.
Transition basketball, the most reliable way to generate easy looks.
Yep, exactly. And if there's any opportunity for early offense, you've got to push it and push it every time.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Right side Porter, and the whistle blows. It's going to be on Ty Jerome. That's his first foul. So it's both teams making substitutions here.
Substitution on the court.
And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Porter, the pass to Antetokounmpo. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Really good in the playmaking role. Porter Jr. with the right read in the two-man game there.
Pass to Jackson. This one for 3. The rebound by Turner. And here's Porter. Antetokounmpo outside. Scores off the spin. Antetokounmpo's got 8 points. And so it's Milwaukee closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. Their key to consistency has been their dominance in the paint. They've been the more physical team. Back after this. For those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Milwaukee.
They've done a great job establishing an inside presence. Now that'll open up more options offensively throughout the remainder of the game.
You know, another point I'd like to add is that they've had tremendous success early on converting turnovers and turning those into points.
Taj Gibson is out there with G.G. Jackson, and it's Spencer in at the shooting guard position. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. Well, Grant, when you watch an NBA game today, do you wish you played in this era?
Oh, no doubt. It's a lot more open, and there's a greater emphasis on skill and player health. Oh, and by the way, those checks aren't too bad either.
Now here's Thomas. No points yet. Picked it. And there's a 3-second violation. And a new group getting ready for Memphis. Prosper's checked in for Gibson. Hendricks comes in for Jackson. Wells is checked in for Rupert. And Jerome subbed in for Spencer. So Milwaukee going with almost an entirely new group here. Turner, he's checked in for Portis. Giannis Antetokounmpo comes in for Kuzma. Jang, he's checked in for Green. And it's Rollins in for Trent. And so timeout here by Doc Rivers. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guys.
Now introducing the team that will make you scream, your Goldberg.
And we played just over a minute of basketball in the second quarter. Pass to Rollins. Some nice passing by Milwaukee here. With the fadeaway. Again gets it to go. He can't miss. 5 for 5.
With the threat of his drive where he's lethal, the defense has to live with Giannis shooting the mid-range jump shot. Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch.
Here's Turner. After the basket by Memphis on the other end. Pass to Thomas. Let's go with a 3. It's rebounded by Hendricks. Grizzlies trail by 7. Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Jerome outside. Just 5 on the clock. Soft touch off the glass.
Want to score in the NBA? Picks can really force the D to make tough choices.
Pass to Jang. Antetokounmpo surveys. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. And Grant, for everything else he's accomplished, Giannis hasn't quite mastered the three-point shot.
And you know, he hasn't had to, B.A. You want him inside, hitting on those high percentages, shutting down the lane defensively, and, of course, controlling the boards.
Shooting 2.
And he knocks down the first one. You get the sense Giannis Antetokounmpo is hungry to get another title, Clark.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, he's definitely in the prime of his career and would like to add another Larry O'Brien trophy to his collection. He is getting older, but again, I think he's still in his prime, and he knows that while time is short, another championship could set him apart from a lot of the greats.
And so Antetokounmpo nails both of them.
You really have to appreciate and respect the spirit Giannis plays the game with, a beacon of energy and enthusiasm for his team. They all feed off of him with an attitude of joy and unselfishness.
The Bucks leading by 7.
If they can run out the clock here, no need to rush it.
Yeah, don't give them another possession here.
From deep, sends it home from three-point land.
Coach is loving the ball movement.
And so it's Milwaukee earning this break in the action, up 10. Getting lots of great looks, shooting it well. That's why they're up. We'll be right back with you shortly.
Get ready for the fire on the air. An amazing stuff. One more pocket part of rehabilitation.
And if you're just joining in, one half is in the books, one half to go. It's been a clinic out there by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Pretty much the entire first half, he was dominating down low, piling up a ton of dunks.
Guys, he's been in beast mode down low, asserting his will. The defense has been helpless, unable to slow him down.
On the floor for Milwaukee. Inside, they have Giannis and Turner. Then there's Kevin Porter, and it's Rollins in at the 2-guard. Antetokounmpo can't connect.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot in most possessions.
Jerome feeling it out a bit. Three-pointer, no good.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Pass to Rollins. And here is Antetokounmpo. Yes, sir! Giannis showing the range.
Giannis constantly working on that outside shot, and you can see he's made progress.
You know, Clark, last season saw the passing of Junior Bridgman, who played 10 seasons with the Bucks and whose jersey hangs in their rafters.
Yeah, he was a consistent, reliable scorer, just a quality teammate as well, but his legacy extends far beyond what he did in his 10-year career, which was quite impressive. His legacy as a businessman, philanthropist, community leader was, in many ways, unparalleled. Just a terrific guy and a great loss to Louisville, to the basketball family, but also to humanity. He was the shining star in all that he did for others.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Thank you, Brian. The league is hoping for more competition for the All-Star game, and one idea to motivate the players is more prize money for the winning team. It worked for the Emirates Cup. The All-Star festivities drive revenues and publicity for the league, so those that are advancing this suggestion say, put some money on it. Guys?
All right, Allie. Thanks a lot.
Let's get loud once again for your Israel dance team.
.133 left in the third. Porter against Jerome. It's Wells on the wing. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Shot's good by Antetokounmpo.
Giannis has tremendous physical attributes, but his confidence is something that separates him from most.
Pass to Coward. And he banks in the layup.
And that's how you move the ball, putting the defense in a really tough spot.
The Bucks leading by 12. Here's Rollins. Antetokounmpo outside. Oh, he's a menace in the paint. Antetokounmpo.
Good luck against Giannis in the paint. Get out of the way is probably your best option.
27 seconds left in the third. Here's Hendricks. No points so far. 6 on the shot clock. And the three-pointer goes.
Good play call and good execution. The offense running on all cylinders.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Launches it from deep. No good on the buzzer beater. Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for the Bucks. He's been effective on offense, racking up 21 points so far in this contest. And don't go far. We'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You have to love his unselfishness and ability to make those around him better.
Well, clearly he's the guy that stirs the drink for him, and that's how he does it, with his dynamite passing skills.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. They've got Ty Jerome, and it's Hendricks in at the 4 slot. That's the lineup out there for the Grizzlies. That one's in there!
Wow, he doesn't make those kind of plays too often. Sweet move inside.
Milwaukee leading by 9. Porter with it. Here's Jang. Now Antetokounmpo. Nice! That one's good.
Absolutely ruthless. He's not about to start showing mercy now.
Guys, when you're this hot, it's elementary. Let it fly. Keep staying at it.
And timeout is called by Tuomas Hisalo. No doubt he's going to utilize the opportunity to make sure they're all on the same page here.
If you see yourself on the screen, then you know what to do. Show us the move. Oh, that's nice.
Chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, over that last break, I was able to catch the message that the Grizzlies head coach was giving to his team. He did his best to light a fire under them, saying, we have to fight. Now is the moment. We have to come out of this deficit swinging. Guys?
Allie, thank you. Jerome. Oh, the feathering touch. Dropped it right over the rim.
You've got to appreciate the consistency. Night in and night out, he brings it.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Ready off the pass. He lays it in.
Well, Porter has tremendous talent and is very creative. He's good at getting his guys the ball when they're ready to score. A good passer because he's got good vision.
Now here's Wells. Jerome, right side. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Jacks up a 3, and he nails it.
This has been the story of the game, a battle fought on offense.
Any lull in the action so far has been short-lived because there have been nothing but buckets in this one.
Here's Rollins. And here is Antetokounmpo. A throwback possession. 2 points.
Boy, the overwhelming strength of Giannis just excels at fighting his way through the defense. Very impressive.
1:10 left to play in the 4th quarter. Here's Jerome for 3. Turner with a rebound.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it. Both sides are simply waiting for the clock to make it official. This is going to end up in the books as a nice win for the Bucks.
And they were on fire tonight. Fantastic offensive performance, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., they really shot the ball well. I mean, their coach has to be beyond thrilled with how well they played.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
What's left to say about his performance? I mean, the fans definitely got their money's worth.
And the Bucks with the possession here after the basket by Memphis on the other end. Flushes it down with both hands.
They really came in with the right mindset today. I can guarantee you their flight home will be filled with some smiles.
Yep, to have a stress-free win on the road, very satisfying. The fans are already headed for the exit.
And so it's Milwaukee easily grabbing this one. Boy, a nice win on the road. By the time this one was winding down, this building was stone cold silent.
And that's exactly what you got to do. You have to try to take the crowd out of it.
All right, let's go courtside to Allie LaForce with our player of the game. Allie, it's all yours.
Giannis, an impressive performance. Talk about what this game showed you about your team.
No, this game was great. I think everybody came out ready. Everybody played great. We were moving the ball, we knocked down shots, but most importantly, we were playing great defense. But at the end of the day, it's just a win. We got to build off this. We got to go back to the gym, watch film, and get better.
It's just one piece of a greater goal. That's right. Thanks, Giannis.
All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA presented by 2K Sports. And now let's take a look at our player of the game, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
and a glimpse inside the locker room. Players' final few moments to prepare for the game and the task ahead. We welcome you to Noche and Beyond here on 2K Sports. From the attire to the food, the players' jerseys. Tonight, a celebration of the Latin culture. Hi, everyone. Kevin Harlan with me tonight. Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony. And Ali LaForce is reporting on the sidelines. And one entry for them. They're still pretty close to full strength, though.
Missing a valued contributor, that could be a challenge. We'll see how they answer the bell.
So let's take a look at the Charlotte starting lineup. Ball is the point with Miller on the wing. Bridges out there with Knipple. And it's Diabate in at the 5 down low. And for Miami, Andrew Wiggins is out there with Bam Adebayo. Then it's Tyler Hero. Then it's Mitchell. And it's Powell in at the small forward. Greg, no secret that these teams don't like each other. Could things get a little chippy tonight?
It would not surprise me at all, Kevin. These teams, not only fierce rivals, but there's a little bit of animosity for one another. Throw in the fact that both these teams play in the same conference. Yeah, I'd say the spirits might be high tonight.
Off target from three-point range.
Well, that's what the defense has to do. Make that shot as uncomfortable for him as possible.
And here's Miller outside. It's hauled in by Bam Adebayo. Right now, let's take a moment here to catch up with Ali LaForce on the sideline.
Just moments ago, Eric Spoelstra and I were able to chat. He had been watching highlights with the coaching staff, and they noticed LaMelo likes to pass from obscure angles. The coach told his team, you just can't relax out there. I want you looking for cutters everywhere. We'll see how prepared they are tonight. Back to you guys.
Thank you once again, Ali. And so it's the Heat hitting on the board first. Ball, the bounce pass. 6 to shoot. The rebound by Tyler Hero.
The shot's there for him, and he's got to take it. I don't care if he doesn't convert. That's a shot he has to continue to take.
Now here's Powell. Down low, here's Adebayo.
Well, that's on the defense there. You can't let Bam get primetime positioning inside.
To stand multiple defensive selections for Bam Adebayo.
Well, look, Kevin, Bam Adebayo has 3 key things for a defender, all right? He is smart, he is tough, and he is very, very versatile. He can guard virtually everyone on the floor at a given time.
Diabate's shot is good. He'd have gone 2 or 3 here to start off the game. Mitchell outside. Wiggins kicks the foul. Nailed from three-point land.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And a timeout called by Charles Lee. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy.
Come on, fans. Let's give a huge mighty welcome to the Heat Breaker Dance Crew.
on the floor.
Let's go!
First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Here's the screen. Out to Bridges. That three off the mark. The Heat leading by 5. Here's Larson. Pass to Jonas. And the Heat, another three.
Of the two offenses here tonight, you can tell theirs is just a bit more in sync.
Well, I think it's because they're calling sets that really match up well with their personnel.
And so it's the Miami Heat in the driver's seat, up 8 points at the end of the quarter. Their defense has been active and effective. Right back after this break. Buenas noches, basketball fans. It's Latin night here on 2K Sports. And you might have noticed the custom jerseys worn by the players. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen so far from the Heat?
Well, they've been aggressive from the beginning, particularly on the offensive end.
Yeah, and that's helped them get the lead. But we'll have to see if they can sustain this offensive output.
And Charlotte, looking at who they've got. Kobe White is out there with James. Then there's Miles Bridges. Then it's McNeely. Here's Jonas. Light covering. Out to Powell. Just 5 on the clock. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And now let's swing it over to Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Thanks a lot. Bam Adebayo is now the Heat's all-time leader in double-doubles. Bam said, I want to be number one in some, if not all of these categories. I just have to keep improving and keep chipping away. And then it's just focusing on getting these wins. Back over to you.
Good priorities. Thanks so much, Allie, for the report. Here in the second quarter with a little over a minute gone. Offline with his three. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Hornets. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. There's the triple. Miami grabs the miss. Here's Jonas. Has to Ware. James against Powell. Lets it go from deep. Another miss by Powell.
Well, you can't question his confidence from out there, but it's not falling. Maybe time for a different approach.
Outside, White. The Hornets need to get a shot off here. For three, Bridges. Bridges missing again. The Heat leading by 6. Powell with it. Jaquez outside. An easy 2 points on the layup.
Yeah, he's such a competitive guy. Jaquez Jr. just willing that ball in.
Pass to James. Back to White. Lets it fly, and the Hornets miss again. Here's Jonas. It's stolen by White. Fires from way outside. And so it's the Miami Heat holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. A look at the field goal percentage numbers tells the story of what tough defense they're playing today. And let's hear from Allie LaForce, who joins us from the sidelines. Allie?
I'm here with Coach Spoelstra. Coach, where's your team getting its confidence and energy from in that first half?
We're getting a lot of it off our defensive stops, and then once we got into a rhythm, then just started to, just make some tough ones, which, sometimes happens when you see the ball go in.
Defense set the tone, though. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Allie, for that. And, folks, we'll be back with you after this short halftime break. So don't go away.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot draw. They're thinking about the shot. It's all good. Let's hear it for our contestant.
And for those of you just tuning in, thanks for being with us. The second half of this game still to play. And when it comes to team building, GA, there's been a debate about whether the 2-star or 3-star approach is more effective.
Kevin, for me, I think it comes down to fit more than anything. It doesn't matter how many stars you have if they don't mesh. If they're not comfortable in the role that's carved out for them on that respective team.
Adebayo is out there with Andrew Wiggins. Then it's Mitchell. Then it's Tyler Hero. And it's Powell in at the 3, the small forward. So that's where Eric Spoelstra starts the second half with. And now, Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Hey guys, Tyler Hero wants to be the complete package. He said, quote, "I'm not thinking score, score, score. It's more about finding different ways to impact the game, knowing I don't have to force the issue. When I'm taking efficient shots and making the right passes, that makes us a dangerous team." Guys?
Yeah, he's finding that balance. All right, Allie, as always, we thank you. Now, Knipple, after Tyler Hero's three-pointer that didn't go. That one misses. We've got 1:48 left to play in the third. Pass to Wiggins. Powell for 3. It's rebounded by Charlotte.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
And a rangy 6'7" wing GA with a smooth shooting touch. Brandon Miller fits a mold that a lot of teams are looking for.
And there's a reason he was the second overall pick in 23. He's got the potential to be an impact wing at both ends of the floor.
And that's a foul called on Bam Adebayo. That is his first foul in the game. Khalil Ware checked in for Miami. Jaime Jaquez comes in for Mitchell. And a switch here also for Charlotte. White is checked in for Brandon Miller. Hornets trail by 4. And here is Ball. Hasn't made one yet. Charlotte no good that time either. Hero looking around. Pass to Adebayo. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. And after playing most of his career at the center spot, Greg, do you like Bam Adebayo playing power forward?
Oh, it's great. At 6'9", I felt like he was always undersized at the pivot, making up for it with his strength and toughness, but he has the mobility and the skill to play the 4 without question.
And he can't get the first one. So, GA, Coach Charles Lee of the Hornets, spending a decade as an NBA assistant coach. He has really paid his dues.
Yeah, 4 years with the Hawks, 5 in Milwaukee, part of that title team. 1 in Boston as well, another title. So he's been a part of winning, now trying to translate that to Charlotte.
And he's good on the second.
I don't know any coach who wouldn't love to have a Bam Adebayo. His versatility and commitment to the game are just outstanding.
Now, here's Bridges. Rebound by Smith. 3 seconds separate the shot clock and game. Ware. Fires the three. And again, it's the Heat missing. Right the pass to Bridges. From deep three-point land. No good on the last second attempt there. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. Miami ahead, up by 5. Live from Miami, you're watching 2K Sports. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, a terrific, unselfish play right here. Set up his teammate. And how about the setup this one?
Yeah, that's great decision-making and one that embodies a team-first mindset.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. And on the court for Charlotte as we start the fourth. Ball is the point with Miller on the wing. Knipple out there with Bridges. And it's Diabate in at the 5, roaming the paint. Just 5 to shoot. LaMelo, and down goes the three.
The corner is not a problem for Ball. He's confident he can make that.
Here's Adebayo. Now Hero. From deep. Can't get it to go. Miller against Hero. Fourth quarter of basketball. We're about a minute into it. Cleared away by Adebayo. Miami's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter.
Well, defensively, you have to do your best to guard Hero without fouling because he's nearly automatic from the line.
Now at the line, Tyler Hero.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a 3-point lead.
Well, what you have to love about Hero is how confident he is. Some of the shots he takes and makes demonstrate that to a T.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 4-point ball game.
And you just knew he wasn't going to miss that one. Not with so much riding him.
Outside Bridges. Lets loose a 3. Doesn't get that one.
Well, I've been here before. You're looking to get back in the game, but desperation threes are not the way to do it.
That's why you never quit battling on the offensive glass.
And that's a nice reward for his effort. The flush. Perfect.
Well, that's what he does. He makes an impact with his activity on the board.
And timeout is called by Charles Lee. This is a huge moment, folks, in this game. And he wants to be prepared. And let's go to the sideline. Here's Allen.
Well, over the break, I listened to Charles Lee talk to his team. He absolutely held nothing back. He said, quote, "We know who we are. Let's be that. The plan is to play their game and let the chips fall where they may." Guys.
All right, Allie, thank you. Mitchell against Ball. 1:15 left in the fourth quarter. And that one is good.
And that is a big-time basket. LaMelo entered the league at 19 with such high expectations. This young man ball is used to the spotlight.
And yeah, it's good. Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
Ball. Good.
And he's really a smart offensive player. You have to respect Ball's strong sense for when to take that jumper.
Now, Hero. Mitchell outside. Missed on the three. Absolutely critical chance right here.
They need this one to go their way.
Hero there for the rebound. That one misses.
That's a defender doing just enough to cause a miss on the layup.
Second team foul. Davion Mitchell.
We got this. Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
So the first one drops, and that puts them up by 5. And so both free throws are good. And it's a 6-point ball game.
No mistakes there. Good free throws will give them just a little bit more cushion.
And timeout is called by Charles Lee. He knows every possession is critical now.
Let's go, Heat fans. Give it up for your Heat Night Squad.
The shot and game clock separated by 4. Ball. Here's Miller. Shoots the 3. Cleared away by Mitchell.
And there hasn't been anything easy for him in this period.
Well, the offense has to look for ways to get him easier shots. Better selection. You have to be set up for success.
Shoot 2.
And he misses the first one. Boy, he wanted that one to fall. He's able to hit the second one, and that makes it a 7-point lead.
Guys, let's just go ahead and call this one. It's over.
Yeah, time is not on their side. The score is not on their side. Nothing you can do.
And so it's the Heat winning this one. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted, and especially early on, but let's give this group a lot of credit for that stick-to-itiveness in terms of finishing out and executing that game plan.
And Allie LaForce has got something now for us from the floor. Allie, take it away.
Tyler, these Miami fans, they are so appreciative of the effort that you guys displayed tonight. Talk about what they mean to you.
Yeah, we couldn't do it without these amazing fans right here, so we appreciate you guys. Continuing to support us through the ups and downs, and we appreciate y'all.
Thanks so much, Tyler.
Good stuff, Allie. Thanks. And that'll wrap it up, folks. And for all of us here at the table, Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony and our terrific sideline reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for being with us tonight. We'll see you later on.
And inside the locker room, everyone trying to lock in, get mentally ready for another hard-fought NBA battle. Happy to have you with us for NBA basketball on 2K Sports. This is Brian Anderson. Joining me, analyst Richard Jefferson and Grant Hill, and reporter Allie LaForce. And the injury story, certainly noteworthy. A lot of players in business casual tonight.
The injury story, certainly noteworthy. A lot of players in business casual tonight.
Now look at the opening lineup for Washington. We've got Bilal Coulibaly, Trae Young out there with Johnson. Then it's Alexander Sarr, and it's Riley in at power forward. And for Memphis, they've got Ty Jerome, and it's Coward in at the shooting guard. And coming into this game, Grant, is it fair to say this feels like it should be a blowout?
Well, on paper, that would be the assumption. But, B.A., this is why we play the game. Anything can happen, and any team can pull off an upset.
So the Wizards will get the first possession. Outside Johnson. Pass to Coulibaly. Fires the three. And it's Coward with a rebound. And here are the Grizzlies. Here's Prosper. Jerome outside. Drills it from deep.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Wizards. It's a three-point game. After years of being a fringe rotation player, RJ, Ty Jerome has had a surprise emergence.
Yeah, just had by far his best season in the league. And he's proven to be a guy that can come in and run the show and be extremely efficient.
Here's the Grizzlies with the ball. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Well, the Grizzlies head coach had a few moments to share with me. He knows they're in for a tough matchup against Trae Young. Coach told me Trae is an offensive savant, but we have to find a way to disrupt his game. We're going to throw some length at him, pick him up once he crosses half court, and pound him on every possession. Brian, back to you.
Great work, Allie. Thanks.
First personal foul. First team foul.
And we're about a minute and a half into the first quarter. Washington moving the ball around. Pass to Young.
Hey, yo, right here.
The shot won't fall. Jerome with some nice D. Memphis has gone 2 of 2 at the perimeter. Here's Coward. And another three from Memphis.
And adding to this lead right now. Riding a wave of momentum.
Yeah, they've locked in during this stretch. If they keep it up, their lead will only continue to grow.
Now here's Johnson. Lets a floater go. The Grizzlies pull it in. Jerome outside to the inside. It's stolen by Johnson. First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Now here's Sarr. He's covered by Wells. Shot clock at 6. Johnson for 3. Can't get it. 0 for 3 in this one. Grizzlies lead by 9. Jerome, left side. Uses the glass on the layup. Jerome's got 5 now.
So far, they're owning both ends of the floor. We'll see if they can keep this going.
They came out and bum-rushed them. Huge difference in activity level from both teams tonight.
And so it's Memphis closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. Defense is setting the tone. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. Just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. All right, guys, what do you think so far on the offensive approach for Memphis?
Well, so far, their long-range shooting has been the story, doing damage from deep.
Another thing they're doing well early on is passing the ball, spreading it around the floor and feeding guys who are well set up to score.
All right, this is how the floor looks for the Wizards starting in the second. Carlton Carrington out there with Hardy, and it's Champagnie at the 3, the small forward. To to the right side. Gill, pass to Champagny. Here's Hardy. Launches it. The rebound by Jackson. Grizzlies lead by 13. And about a minute gone in the second quarter. And here's Gibson. Jackson gets the bucket. Jackson's got his first bucket in this one.
They've been very well-rounded and extremely focused.
Yeah, not just an impressive showing on offense, but on defense as well, executing their game plan perfectly.
And now a timeout called by Brian Keefe. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan.
All right, then. The first ladies of the ball are ready to take the ball. Give it up for your Grizzlies.
Going with an almost entire new group here. Prosper's checked in for Gibson. Hendricks comes in for Jackson. Wells is checked in for Rupert. And Ty Jerome subbed in for Spencer. A minute 50 left in the first half. Pass to Sarr. Well, few descriptions more glowing than saying a player is clutch. What, in your opinion, Grant, enables a player to be that way?
You know, B.A., it's about confidence and command. When you're able to process and execute under the pressure, both internal and external, that's when you have a chance to be clutch.
Both teams deciding to change it up. Now approaching 2 minutes of action here in the second. It's good.
Ice tray. Looking cool as ever, just draining it.
Pass to Coward. Some nice ball movement by Memphis. Now here's Jerome. Fires from deep. Nails it from beyond the arc. Jerome's got 8 points.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You got to show some fire and keep defending.
Here's Johnson. Solid shot from a distance of about 14 feet.
And right there, Johnson electing to go mid-range. Nice old school stuff from the rookie.
Back to Jerome. Pass to Prosper. There's the triple. And another three for Memphis.
They've been the more poised team tonight, and the score reflects that.
And it's because they're not playing in a rush. They're just letting their shots come naturally within the flow of the offense.
Here's Riley. Off target with the three. It's Wells on the wing. Guarded by Young. Pass to Coward. Good, trying to get that one to fall. And so it's Memphis looking in total control with this 17-point advantage as the buzzer sounds. They've done well to disrupt the opposition, playing inspired defense. More 2K action in just a moment.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready.
1 for the fan, half-court side. 1.
1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-court side. 1. 1 for the fan, half-co They're thinking about the shot.
With the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You gotta like what we're seeing from Ty Jerome.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
And here's Jerome. He'll bring it up for the Grizzlies. A 17-point lead, their biggest. Well, Graham, this is the 3rd season under this front office for the Wizards.
And bringing experience from years working for the Oklahoma City Thunder, their commitment level to building the right way is rock solid.
We've got Jalen Wells, and it's Coward in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group starting the second half for Tuomas Isalo. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Thanks a lot, guys. Well, this September, Grizzlies legend Marc Gasol was enshrined in the Basketball Hall of Fame. A 3-time All-Star and Defensive Player of the Year, Marc was acquired in a trade for his brother, Pau Gasol, who was likewise an All-Star with the Grizzlies. Marc, a fixture on and off the court in Memphis. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Allie, thanks a lot. Looking at the Grizzlies last year, all of their top 14 players in minutes played were in their 20s.
Yeah, in some ways it's a good thing. Bodes well for the future, but I think they could use some veteran leadership at times. It's a tough balance between youth and experience.
Shoot 2.
That free throw, no good. And he sinks the second. Second half rolling along, about a minute played here. They need something good to happen here.
Yeah, they've gone way too long without a score.
Sarr screen to the middle. And finished off by Sarr.
The Frenchman, s'il vous plaît. Taking flight. You gotta like Sarr.
Pass to Coward. Jerome outside. 3-pointer. Rebound Washington. Outside Coulibaly. Here's Riley. Outside Johnson. 1:19 left in the 3rd quarter. And that one's good.
Johnson putting his quickness to use. He's tough to slow down once he gets going.
So Tuomas Isalo's decided to call timeout here. He's going to talk it over with his guys.
Let's go.
checked in for Trae Young. So it's the Grizzlies now. Their biggest lead of the game was 21. And we're just about 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Pass to Hendricks. Here's Wells. And again, it's Memphis missing. Wizards trail by 17. Here's Riley. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
A dynamic finish, then decides to hang out a little for good measure.
Yep, that's the exclamation point right there. Outside Wells. The three connects from downtown. Wells has got 6 points.
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
Pass to Champagny. Outside Johnson. Shot clock at 5. No good that time. Here's Coward. Here's the three. The shot, no good. And so it's the Memphis Grizzlies. A sizable 18-point lead at the end of the period. Building this lead up in large part because of how well they're shooting it. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
And for the defense, it's so tough to guard a big man with that kind of court vision and dime dropping ability.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. Fourth quarter on the court for the Wizards. They've got Johnson. He's out there with Trae Young. Bilal Coulibaly out there with Alexander Sarr. And it's Riley in at the 4. Coulibaly fires! Oh, missed on the tray. Grizzlies lead by 18. Jerome feeling it out a bit. Shoots a 3. On target from range.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
And you see this so much more nowadays in the NBA. Team putting a larger emphasis on jacking up threes.
Yes, sir, with the 3.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drained the triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Here's Jerome. Here's Prosper. Blocked!
And as Sarr gets older, he'll learn how to use his length even more.
Now Young. There's the steal. Now here's Wells. Not a lot of room. Here's Jerome. Driving inside. 1:16 left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Just 5 to shoot. Goes again. Coulibaly with the rebound.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights that bucket is automatic. And the distance between the point totals for these teams tells the whole story. Just a fantastic effort, and you have to give it up for the Grizzlies.
All their efforts on the boards ended up paying off.
And just 2 tough rebounding teams, but they gave the extra effort and were rewarded for it.
Jerome against Young. Here's Jerome. Here's Prosper. Let's loose for 3. Johnson with the rebound. Now Coulibaly. And so it's the Grizzlies taking care of business in this one. They didn't have too many problems tonight.
They didn't. Just a tremendous team effort. Once they had that big lead, they were not going to let the visitors back into the game.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And let's reveal our player of the game, Ty Jerome.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sports for NBA basketball. Here with Greg Anthony and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. And we've got Allie LaForce reporting from the sideline. And the injury story, certainly noteworthy. A lot of players out tonight.
A long list of injuries coming into this game. You can look at all those names unavailable. Pretty daunting.
Checking out Utah's opening lineup, we got Collier. Bailey out there with Williams. Then there's Kyle Filipowski. And it's Sensabaugh in at the shooting guard position. And for the Pacers, Neesmith is out there with Nembhard. Then it's Pascal Siakam. Then it's Walker. And it's Zubac in at the 5 spot. On paper, this game looks one-sided, GA, but you never know in the NBA, do you? As they say, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, just so much talent in the league. If one or two guys get hot, this could end up being an upset. The difference between good teams and bad is razor thin.
Now here's Walker. Following the miss by Pascal Siakam. Out to the wing. Pass to Sensabaugh. Misses the 3. Now Nembhard. Now here's Neesmith. Filipowski grabs the board. To the middle and stolen by Siakam. Outside Walker. Screen by Siakam. And once again off the mark by Indiana. And despite all the accolades, GA, is it possible that Pascal Siakam is underrated?
Absolutely. Spicy P is one of the best two-way players in the league. Exceptionally versatile, and his impact goes beyond his impressive stat line.
2 on the clock. Williams from outside. His first shot is a miss. 0 for 1 to start the contest. And Siakam gets it to go on the assist by Walker.
Well, high percentage shots are always at a premium. Pascal Siakam gets a great look there.
Outside Williams. Nice ball movement by Utah. The Pacers pull it in.
Boy, taking what's there. Very good shot selection, just not the result you hope for.
Nembhard's shot is good.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Well, he's attacking, he's forcing the issue, and that's simply stated a terrific play.
Here's Sensabaugh. On the wing, Williams, covered by Siakam. Again, the miss by Williams. Indiana's gone 0-2 from deep here. They double-team Walker. Neesmith, the pass to Walker. Pass to Zubac. Fades. The rebound by Collier.
Oh, he'd like to have that one back. That's in his wheelhouse for sure.
Here's Bailey. Lays it up off the glass.
Oh, nice bucket. This guy's so mindful about the way he attacks.
So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Indiana out in front, up by 2. We've got more hoops coming your way in just a moment. Getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And let's quickly break down the game, guys, we have seen from Indiana. What do you think?
you got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
Yeah, I think they wanted to come out of the gate strong, and they have. They've taken the early lead here.
Taking a look at the Jazz, we've got John Conchaw, and it's Hinson in at the power forward. Now, let's take a minute to talk to Allie LaForce courtside. Allie.
Thanks a lot. The Pacers have shown that they can be a threat in the East. Coach Rick Carlisle said, there's nothing wrong with high expectations. What you don't want is a situation of apathy, where expectations are low and all you're ever doing is selling hope. That's not why I came here, guys.
They're for real. All right, Allie, we appreciate the report. And they say in today's game, Doris, no lead is safe, and that's especially true when you're playing the Pacers.
The comeback kings we saw in last year's playoffs, Kevin. They conjured up some of the most remarkable turnarounds in NBA history and the most unprecedented run of game-winning shots we've ever seen.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here, looking for a breather and maybe adjusting a thing or two.
Time for your Indiana K-State, everyone. Let's get excited.
Both teams making some changes here. And back in the day, guys like Bird and Magic competed for championships as rookies. But Doris, we haven't seen that in a while.
Kev, you have to remember, Larry Bird was drafted in unique circumstances. He was drafted a full year before he left college. And for both Larry and Magic, they joined talented veteran teams. That would be like the Celtics or Warriors drafting Wemby. It would be the exact same story.
Inside. Conchar, the pass to Bailey. It's 3-pointers off the mark.
Boy, not much defensive pressure on that three, but he still couldn't make it.
Williams against Walker. Tapping a screen on Williams. Utah with the rebound. 1:11 left in the second quarter. To the inside. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down.
And you lay that pass out there just like a great quarterback. Let your teammate run to it.
Nembhard, the pass to Toppin. Toppin sets a screen for Walker. He lobs it up. It's tipped. And the call on the shot sends him to the line.
First personal foul.
And during his brief career, Andrew Nembhard has shown he has a sense of the moment.
Kevin, there are certain guys who want to hide in the corner if the game is on the line. Not Andrew Nembhard. He is fearless in late-game situations. He's hit multiple big-time shots already. He's got a little bit of that it factor.
The first free throw is good. And Indiana making a change here. Zubats is checked in. And a switcher also for Utah. Sensabaugh is checked in. So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. And it's Williams with the ball for the Utah Jazz. In the second quarter, they've given up just 3 points. Pass to Bailey. Can't tie it up as that one's no good. Indiana leads by 3. Here's Nesmith. Now on the scoring column with that bucket. 1 for 2 this game.
This guy is a scoring machine. I mean, I know I'm not the only one to describe him that way.
Here's Sensible. No scoring in this one. Over Neesmith. And the last second attempt doesn't fall. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Pacers lead by 5. Allie, let's go to you courtside. What do you have for us?
Thanks so much, guys. Zoo, a strong first half for this team. What was the mindset that gave you guys the lead?
We just have to be ourselves, just be ourselves, move the ball, place the unselfish, and we're going to get ourselves an offense.
Stay true to you, guys.
All right, Allie, thank you. And folks, we'll be back with you right after this halftime break. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. Here's Collier. Still scoreless. Ivica Zubac is out there with Pascal Siakam. Then it's Walker. Then there's Andrew Nembhard. And it's Neesmith in at the shooting guard. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Pacers leading by 5. Now we'll hear from Allie LaForce, and she's got a story for us. An update. Allie?
Well, Pascal Siakam's veteran presence is hugely valuable to this Pacers team. Coach Rick Carlisle said, quote, his experience is really important to us. He doesn't get rattled, his personality stays consistent, but things get frantic in games. He is a calming influence on our young players. Back to you.
A cagey veteran. Allie, we thank you very much. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
Andrew Nembhard. Terrific play call to give him a clean look at the rim. That's how you want to start the second half.
Well, there is nothing better than catching a rhythm as early as possible, and boy, that's a terrific start right there.
The Pacers with the lead. Pass to Neesmith. Here's Zubac.
2 minutes remaining.
Now Nembhard. And it's off from three-point range. A minute 50 left in the third quarter. Here's Sensible. Scoreless thus far. 6 on the shot clock. For the tie. And the rebound goes to the Pacers. Zubac has got his 4th rebound in this one. Neesmith with the ball. Pass to Nembhard. Walker a screen. And that's good for 2. Nembhard's got 5 now.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. As now we'll give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. And Utah with a change here, too. Conchar is checked in for Collier. Into the third we go. 2 minutes in now. Pass to Sensabaugh. Here's Conchar. Toppin covering. Conchar, the pass to Filipowski. No good that time. Excellent defense there from Zubac. There's the lob to the hoop. And Toppin throws it down.
Explosive above-the-rim player. Mr. Toppin, have at it.
Here's Sensabaugh. Three-pointer. Another miss by Utah. And Walker's got the ball here for the Indiana Pacers. They lead by 6, their biggest margin. Some nice passing here by Indiana. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Plenty of daylight on that shot. Nembhard's got 8.
Adding to their advantage, trying to find a way to blow this one open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
And so it's the Indiana Pacers heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. They've been playing some ferocious defense. We'll get right back to the action when we return. Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game, and it's presented as always by State Farm.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store for us. And so in the game for the Jazz, Williams is out there with Filipowski. Then it's Collier. Then there's Bailey. And it's Sensabaugh in at the 2 spot. He shoots in for the putback.
You'd love to see Zubac get after it on the window. Use that size and strength.
Shakes him, and he lays that one in.
And that's what the pump fake's there for. Get your man off his feet and drive right around him.
Siakam. Layup no good.
Nothing more important than contesting layups and dunks. A great job defensively.
Strong move off the glass.
No, just beautiful setup. They found the size mismatch inside, delivered when they really needed it.
Here's Zubac. Outside, Nembhard. And it misses.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
And this is where you hope that he can find something easy so he can see the ball go through the net.
Man, that's about those first defense I can imagine a team playing coming down the stretch.
You know, we talk about execution offensively coming down the stretch. To me, it's as important defensively, and they didn't have it.
And Rick Carlisle decides to call timeout. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page.
Let's see that through. Next answer.
Send it over to our courtside reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, during that last break, I heard Rick Carlisle as he talked with the team. Coach was blunt with his assessment. He said to throw out everything that happened until now. It is a brand new game, and it's only a few minutes. Leave it out on the floor. Back to you guys.
And Allie, thanks so much. .129 left in the fourth quarter. Here's Siakam. It's the 13-footer. And he gets that one to go.
Pascal Siakam. Improvement, yes. Big-time player, no doubt.
And Will Hardy is called timeout. And he knows there's no room for mistakes and wants everyone on the same page.
Everybody, make some noise.
Here's Sensible. No good on the layup.
You'd rather see him dunk that. Impose your will if you can.
Here's Siakam. Game moves along. 2 minutes gone here in the fourth. Nembhard. Zubac. Oh, the dunk.
Yeah, pull out Zubac. Positioning near the cup. Look out. This is what you can expect.
Here's Sensible.
This has reached desperation time for him.
I'll tell you, you need absolute perfection on every possession. That's what it's going to take here. I'll tell you, you allow him to get to a spot, and it's over, right? Defense unable to even challenge the shot.
And an intentional foul right there.
First personal foul. First team foul.
A chance here to possibly put it out of reach.
This is when you really need to maintain your focus.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Personal foul. Second team foul. At the line, for the Pacers, Pascal Siakam. 2 shots.
It's the first, and that increases their lead to 6. Second free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one.
And I'm sure he would like to have had all of those, but he's still able to pad the lead.
Williams scanning the floor. It's off, and they go to the intentional foul.
Filipowski. First personal foul. Third team foul. 2 shots. Walker.
He hits the first one, and that makes it a 7-point lead. So he gets them both, and it's an 8-point game. Utah calls timeout. They trail by 8. Guys, what do you think?
A lot to talk over and improve on for next time.
Well, maybe you could wait until after the game because this one is over.
Here's Sensible. Neesmith covering. Williams fires. So it's Indiana picking up the win. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. Once they started to really play in rhythm, you never felt like they had any doubts as to whether or not they were going to win.
Now let's check in with Allie LaForce on the sideline. What do you have for us, Allie?
Pascal, these days you are called upon to carry this team. Does that bring added pressure?
This is a game that I love, and I just want to have fun playing the game. And I think, I got to just be myself. Like, don't get lost in everything going on. Be yourself. Play basketball, have fun. And, I'm just happy to be able to go out there and play hard.
Guys, he wants the pressure. Thanks, Pascal.
And as always, Allie, thank you so much. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Dorisburg, Greg Anthony, and our sideline reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for tuning in tonight. See you later.
Northern California, the Bay Area. That's the site for the Rockets. A young star on both ends. Amen Thompson and his guys laser focused as they get ready for basketball at Chase Center. Rockets, Warriors, tip-off coming up right after this. Greetings, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for our latest presentation of NBA basketball. I'm Brian Anderson, courtside, along with Grant Hill and Tim Legler. Allie LaForce will be joining us in just a moment. And the injury situation as we take a look, a half dozen players out of the lineup.
A half dozen scratches from the game. A lot of players stuck watching from the bench.
Now let's take a look at the Rockets' opening lineup. Katie and Smith, the lengthy duo at forward. Tari Eason is out there with Amen Thompson. And it's Şengün in at the 5. And for the Warriors, they've got Moses Moody, Brandon Pajimski out there with DeAnthony Melton. Then it's Green, and it's Santos in at the power forward position. We know things can get heated between these two, Grant. No love lost in this matchup.
Man, that competitive fire, it grows when you're in the same conference. You get to see each other so often. You know, B.A., I think we're in for some good theater in this one.
Now here's Durant. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
3-second violation. Golden State ball.
Here's Melton. Now here's Pajimski. Back to Melton. Green with a screen on Easton. From deep, Melton. Thompson pulls it in. And so Thompson will bring it up for the Rockets. A streamlined rebuild for the Rockets. In 2021, they trade away James Harden. 4 years later, the number 2 seed in the West, Grant.
Yeah, and they haven't shortchanged their future either. Sure, they've added key veterans, but the bulk of their roster still very young with room to grow.
Love that look there, locating his teammate and creating an easy basket.
Pass to Green. And here's Pajimski. The 3. It's rebounded by Şengün. Thompson in the post. Defended by Pajimski. Green against Şengün. Back to Thompson. 5 to shoot. Şengün, the screen. Houston needs to get off a shot. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist.
Yeah, textbook work by Şengün. Setting a solid screen and then getting open.
Pass to Green. Back to Melton. Now here's Pajimski. There's the 3. Counted from distance.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Smith outside. Here's Durant. Moody defends. That's good from Durant on the assist by Smith.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
Yeah, he was so ready to answer that. These teams are just battling.
Moody from outside. And the Warriors with another 3.
Well, the defense needs to be better there. They gave way too much space.
Şengün in the post, working on Green. Şengün, no good. And so it's Green who brings up the ball for Golden State. They trail by 1. Pass to Melton. Green with a screen on Easton. Golden State needs to get off a shot. 1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. The Rockets on top. They're up by 1. Let's take a quick break, and then it's on to the second quarter after this. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And taking a look at Houston's performance here, guys, what have they been doing or not doing?
Well, so far, they've got things rolling along nicely at the offensive end.
Yeah, the energy was there. The communication was there. I think they can build on this going forward.
Gary Payton II is out there with Kristaps Porzingis. Then there's Quentin Post, and it's Spencer in at the point guard position. That's the group for Golden State as we kick off the second quarter. And last season, the Warriors had their most success playing a small ball lineup, Greg.
Well, they more than held their own on the backboards in defending the paint. But you knew they'd look to add some size this summer.
Now here's Payton. And that one's good. Spencer's got 5 points now in the quarter.
The defense really fell apart there. You can't afford to leave them all alone at the arc.
Pass to Shepard. Back to Şengün. The jump hook. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in. Şengün's got 6.
You gotta love how Şengün attacks on the interior.
And Steve Kerr wants a timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over.
Attention fans, now the quarter short squad. Get loud, fans, the loudest section gets free t-shirts. Let's see who's the loudest.
He's checked in for Green. Durant comes in for Finney-Smith. And it's Amin Thompson in for Okogie. A minute 50 left in the first half of this game. Melton outside. Back to Podziemski. Outside. Green. Out to the right wing. Here's Porzingis. It's hauled in by Houston.
He got the space he wanted for his mid-range. He just wasn't able to convert.
And it's exceptional, the level of commitment that Ime Udoka has inspired from this Rockets team, Grant.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player's coach, but very demanding, and he holds everyone accountable. It's all about professionalism and purpose.
Porzingis with a screen on Thompson. Here's Melton. Back to Podziemski. Just 4 to shoot. Hits a three-pointer. Podziemski's got 6.
This team looks to him to score the ball. They feel good when he's taking the shots.
Pass to Şengün. And looks like an illegal pick was set. That gets the ref's attention.
You can get away with one once in a while, but it looked like he wasn't completely set on that pick.
Well, oftentimes illegal screens fall into a gray area, but that time he got called for it.
Santos is checked in for the Warriors. And the Rockets making a change here as well. Eason's checked in. Now here's Melton. No made baskets yet. Can't get it to drop. Eason with some nice D. Houston has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Pass to Thompson. Lets the 3 fly. Santos pulls it in. About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Back to Podziemski. Here's Melton. Green, a screen. And the Warriors miss again. Outside Durant. From outside the arc. Doesn't go that time. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. The Warriors on top, up by 2. All right, Allie's ready to go. She's courtside. Hey, Allie.
I'm here with Coach Kerr. And Steve, what's your assessment of that first half of play and any changes in mind?
Well, we'll see. We have to adjust during the game if we see something that's hurting us. But I thought the defense was pretty solid overall. We'll see how it goes from here.
Okay, more of the same. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3. If you're just joining us, we played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You got to like what we're seeing from Brandon Podziemski.
You know, I'm not really sure what defenders can do to slow him down. He's just too skilled.
Well, defensively, you'd like to force the ball out of his hands and make someone else beat you, but that's easier said than done.
Kicking off the second half, here's Ime Udoka's 5. Inside, Smith and Şengün. Tari Eason is out there with Thompson, and it's Durant in at the 3. Good on the bucket. 8 points for Alperen Şengün. And Legs, more and more, we're seeing teams investing in player development. What's behind that?
Well, for one thing, more teams understand that your development staff doesn't count toward the cap, so you're open-ended in that regard. And there are teams now looking for an edge by investing in areas where they're not constrained.
Winning on the margins, man. And he gets it to go.
You know, we talk about the value of size out of the backcourt, and that sequence by Thompson is a great example.
And if you're just joining us, we played just over a minute here in the third.
That's a breakdown defensively. He is far too good of a shooter to leave that wide open.
And what a wild ride last season for the Warriors, Tim.
Well, it was a roller coaster. They started out hot out of the gate, then they faded, falling all the way to the 11th seed at one point in the West. Then the Jimmy Butler trade righted the ship and got them back in the playoffs.
Green for 3. It's hauled in by Houston. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Thanks a lot. The Rockets have brought in the right veterans. Coach Ime Udoka said, quote, their approach rubbed off on our entire team. We can only teach so much, but you have to have guys that have carved out their niche in the league with that edge and that defensive mentality. It was invaluable for our team. Back to you guys.
They've got that grit. Thank you, Allie. Now here's Melton. Still without a bucket. There's 45 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Podziemski. And the Rockets making a change here as well. Shepard, he's checked in for Eason. Rockets trail by 4. Pass to Thompson. And here's Smith. Şengün, a screen on Melton. Here's Shepard. Houston with another miss. Golden State has gotten 6 of 11 threes to go in this game. Melton outside. Pass to Santos. Now Porzingis, defended by Şengün.
Every coach in this league loves assisted baskets. It indicates your offense is flowing the way it's supposed to.
And so it's the Golden State Warriors with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. And they've done well in limiting Durant's production, making him uncomfortable and getting him out of rhythm. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Well, I like the fact he didn't telegraph it. That's poetry in motion right there.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. The Anthony Melton out there with Brandon Pajemski. Then it's Moody, then it's Green, and it's Santos in at the 4. So that's the group out there for Golden State. Outside Green. Green with a screen on Thompson. Pajemski with it, working on Thompson. That's in!
Can't ask for a better look with the game in the balance.
Outside Durant. Oh, Durant playing big in the paint.
You gotta push Durant farther away than this, or he will make you pay.
Green outside. Left side Moody.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
The 3 is off.
I know he's on a cold streak, but he can't let that get in his head.
If he can just make a couple of buckets, though, this can all be put in his rearview mirror.
Now here's Smith. It's tipped. And the Warriors pushing it up now. And the breakaway jam. A thing of beauty.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
All it takes is a half second of carelessness, and someone will be rocking the rim going the other way.
Here's Thompson. Clock at 6. And the 3 misses.
Well, let's make no mistake about it. If you want to cut into this lead, you're going to have to generate much better shots than that.
Eason rips down the board. Rockets trail by 6.
Things aren't looking good here. I mean, they need points and they need them now.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where everything is going to have to go your way.
Yeah, great heads-up play by Durant. Reading the floor and finding the guy with the best shot available.
And Steve Kerr calls timeout. And Coach didn't want to take any chances in this situation, which is why he called the TO. Send it over to Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Steve Kerr had to say to the team. They said in the huddle, this is it. No excuses. Let's figure out a way to win. A couple of players spoke as well, firing up their teammates. A great ending could be in store, guys.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Melton against Eason. Outside Pajemski. Green, a screen, pulls the trigger. Eason rips down the board. 35 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Jabari Smith. Durant, big time from KD. Wow.
Oh, what a clutch performer. It's clear that Durant loves the spotlight and embraces that chance to take those huge shots.
First team foul.
And that's an intentional foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul. Anthony Milton. 2 shots.
And no good, as the first free throw misses. We'll see if he can hit the second. And the second of 2 is good. And that'll put him up 2. And we've got a timeout called by Ime Udoka. Critical moment here. He's not taking any chances. And looking at the options here, what do you think is being discussed?
A chance to tie it up here.
Well, there's no room for error here. They need to draw up something that they can execute quickly.
Show us the moves. Oh, that's nice. Oh, next dancer.
Left side, Durant. Durant draws the double. Nope. And now they foul and stop the clock.
Yeah, just a must-foul situation to stop the clock.
Third team foul. At the line for your Warriors, Pajewski taking 2 shots.
So the first one drops, and that makes it a 3-point lead. So he gets them both, and it's a 4-point ball game.
Big free throws right there to make this a 2-possession game.
Timeout called. Houston, they're down by 4. Any speculation on what we're going to see coming out of this timeout?
No doubt. They've got to get a quick bucket here.
You have to be smart here. If they're successful, the foul has got to happen quickly.
On the wing, Thompson, defended by Pajemski. The free three is in.
Well, controlling your heart rate in big moments like this is something that coaches talk about, and this guy can do it.
And an intentional foul there stops the clock.
Second personal foul. Fourth team foul. At the line for two, Paczynski.
And that hurts as he doesn't get the first one to fall. Trying to focus now for the second. And he ends up making the second. And that'll put him up 2. Durant looking around to tie it up. No good. And so it's the Warriors who come out on top here. That was an incredible night of hoops. A tremendous finish. They waited until the very last moment to seal it.
And so many times we see these close games won by the home team.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. With Tim Legler, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson. As always, we appreciate you tuning in tonight. So long, everybody.
At the point, standing 6'5", number 2, Jerome.
Welcome to 2K Sports for another edition of NBA basketball. Alongside Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy, I'm Kevin Harlan. Allie LaForce will be our reporter tonight on the sideline. And a litany of injuries coming into this game. A look at the list of names. Pretty daunting.
A long list of injuries coming into this game. If you look at all those names unavailable, it's pretty daunting.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. Out on the block, it's Tatum with Tatum. The guard pair, it's White and Brown. And it's Hauser in at the 3, the small forward. And for Memphis, they've got Jalen Wells. And it's Prosper in at the center, locking down the middle. And, Coach, unfortunately, we do have to note that both of these teams are dealing with injuries at the moment.
Yeah, that's the reality of the game, Kevin. The question becomes, how do you adapt? What other guys can step up? Who does a better job tonight of filling in the gaps out there?
Now, here's Tatum. Takes the 3 with the putback. It's good on the putback.
And the fireworks begin. Should be an amazing show tonight.
Yeah, and it's important to get that first score quickly and establish your game.
Here's Jerome. Some nice passing there by Memphis. But Hendricks can't get it to go. And last season, yet again, 60-plus wins, Greg, for the Celtics. One of the elite teams clearly in the league.
And the only concern was perhaps a tendency towards complacency, but after coming up short last season and with Tatum sidelined, some adversity to spark their competitive fire.
Jerome passes to Hendricks, uses the glass to finish the layup.
Yeah, that's a good way to start the game. Nice inside bucket right there.
Pass to Hauser. It's Brown on the wing. Now here's Tatum. Good on the triple.
Solid from 3. Tatum is not shy about firing away.
Here's Coward. Just over a minute and a half played here in this one. Now Jerome. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a 3-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Here he goes. Here's Hendricks. And again, it's Memphis with the 3.
Well, those go down for him in his sleep.
For Boston, they've gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Here's White. And the Celtics hit again from deep.
That's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Now here's Wells. Back to Jerome. Here's Hendricks. Off target with his 3. Boston leading by 3. White the pass to Hauser. Now Tatum. Brown outside. And slam dunk by Tatum.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. And with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Celtics lead by 3. Live from the FedEx Forum, you're watching 2K Sports. It's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for Boston.
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And one other thing they've done well today, guys, share the ball. I mean, set up teammates and just playing unselfishly.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. We've got Peyton Pritchard. And it's Garza in at the 5. A 3 from Tatum.
Well, when it comes to his jump shooting, Tatum is extremely efficient in catch-and-shoot situations.
And Coach Van Gundy, the big name for Memphis is John Morant. But his superstar trajectory hitting a little bit of turbulence.
Well, some of those troubles were self-inflicted, Kevin, but also questions about his high-flying style. As he said himself, the falls can take it out of you.
Now here's Tatum. Pass to Gonzalez. A 3-ball. The shot misses. 1:53 left in the first half of basketball. It's time to send it over now to our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Kevin. Jason Tatum talked about his development since coming into the league, and he said earlier, I was playing the game just to play the game instead of thinking it. It's tough when you're younger. You just want everything to happen so fast, but it doesn't work like that. Guys?
He has come a long way. Okay, thank you, Allie. Now here's Tatum. He's got 8. 3-pointer. And Spencer pulls it down. The Grizzlies trail by 6. He's covered by Pritchard. Back to Jackson. Pass to Gibson. Shot clock at 6. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. Spencer's shot is off. And so it's Pritchard with it. He'll bring it up for the Boston Celtics. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. They have a chance to go 2 for 1 here.
Let's see how they play the clock.
Here's Spencer. Misses and the dry spell continues.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Tatum's shot is off.
Excellent coverage defensively, making it hard on him.
And the basket by Rupert.
Nice read. Sets his teammate up. You like how they're sharing the ball.
They set the pick. Pass to Tatum. And a close game so far for the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. It's the Celtics up 4. Now we have a moment to go courtside. Allie LaForce has got something for us.
Well, Jason, you hold the lead going into halftime. What's been your advantage so far?
For most of the half, we were really good defensively. We let our foot off the gas a little bit, so we got to do a better job.
Keep the pedal to the metal, guys.
All right, Allie, thank you for that interview. And we'll be back with more basketball in just a moment. We've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. One of the stories here, Jason Tatum getting it done today.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room because you're right. He's the problem right now.
So, Stan, when it comes to preparing your team for a game, as a coach, what are the main things you're trying to get across?
Well, look, Kevin, I think the main things is you've got to decide what the main things are. And when you've got maybe an hour to prepare a team for a game, they're not going to be able to go through everything you would like them to know. But you got to decide. You got to prioritize. These are the 2 or 3 things we got to get done tonight, and you've got to have a clear understanding of those.
They've got Jalen Wells, and it's Prosper in at the 5, patrolling the paint. That's the group with Thomas Isolo as we begin the second half.
Well, the first thought from the D there was to protect the rim, so good idea to take the three in transition.
From the arc, Hauser misses.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage.
Hey, Stan, how about the Boston Celtics? Back-to-back 60-win seasons.
Well, Kevin, winning 50 is a great season. 60 wins is simply incredible. We have lots of regular seasons where no team wins 60. Credit Joe Mazzulla, his staff, and players for keeping this thing rolling.
Those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
And guys, you cannot allow that in a close game. You have to make it harder than that.
There's 1:17 left in the third quarter of the game. Pass to Coward. For the lead, out the basket. Coward's got the lead up to 1 now for the Grizzlies.
Skipped it to perfection, utilizing the hardware.
The kick out to Brown. Tatum passes to White. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. White's got 9 points.
Look, shooting off the catch is something White's become really good at.
Here's Jerome. That shot off the mark. White with the defensive effort. Celtics have gone 2 of 5 shooting here in the third quarter. Brown inside. Back to White. Launches a 3. And it's Coward with the rebound. Grizzlies have gone 3 of 6 in the third quarter. 50% from the field. And he goes in for the dunk.
Just a terrific all-around scoring effort from him. I mean, it's because of that they're even in this game.
Right side Tatum. Inside Tatum, automatic.
Well, with his skill and confidence with the ball, if you put him in position, he'll reward you.
It's still anybody's game as we've reached the end of 3. Celtics lead by 2. Don't go anywhere. The final quarter is coming up next on 2K Sports. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feat.
Well, it's one of the core parts of the game. Reading the defense and creating an easy bucket for your teammate. That is pretty.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. On the block, it's Tatum with Tatum. The guard pair, it's White and Brown. And it's Hauser in at the small forward. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for Boston.
Well, they've been absolutely on fire from deep. And until the defense offers more resistance, the coaches are going to keep encouraging them to let it fly.
And the other thing that stands out is just how well they have moved the ball. Everyone's touching it and having a chance to create.
Well, look, what makes Tatum special is he helps you in all 3 phases of the game. Offense, defense, and on the glass.
And so Tatum nails them both. The Grizzlies trail by 4. Here's Coward. He's off from 3. And here's Brown. He'll bring it up for the Boston Celtics. 3. Good.
Well, you know what's going to happen when he gets a good look. The defense has got to run him off the line.
Here's Coward. Can't get it, and we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He's not taking any chances and wants to huddle them up right away. Boston making a switch here. Richards checked in. Let's go to the sideline and see what Allie LaForce has dug up for us. Allie, take it away.
During that last break, I heard Joe Mazzulla as he talked with the team. He said, "This is who we are. This is the pace. Don't let up." He said it doesn't matter if they go on a run. What matters is how we respond. They plan to respond with a fury, guys.
All right, Allie, thanks. 1 minute now into this fourth quarter. That one goes in.
Yeah, no question, Tatum can take over a game at a moment's notice.
Here's Coward. Light covering. No good again that time. Celtics leading by 9. Now here's Tatum. Oh, a beautiful finish off that spectacular reverse.
Well, look, Tatum has the length and strength to do damage in there.
Here's Coward. Light covering. Jerome fires. String from outside.
Well, that's what you want. Get him the ball and see if he can close the gap.
Now Brown. White outside. Now here's Tatum. They set the screen. And the 3 misses.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Here's Coward. Light covering. Oh, and he cannot get the layup. Now Pritchard. Now here's Tatum. Launches it. That shot no good.
Guys, let's just go ahead and call this one. It's over.
Yeah, time is not on their side. The score is not on their side. Nothing you can do.
So we see Boston get the win here. This was a very strong showing for him, Greg. Not necessarily a runaway win, but one they'll feel very good about.
And let's face it, anytime you can go on the road and win in the fashion they did, you have to feel good about it. Really an outstanding effort all the way around.
Let's send it over to Allie LaForce. She's standing by with our player of the game.
Jason, with you guys being such a young team, how do you continue to improve to reach your potential?
We got to watch film. I mean, we did a lot of good things today. So a lot of things we could have done better. And we just got to be focused, composed, and play with a lot of poise, and we'll be fine.
Poise normally comes with experience, but because you're so young, you're finding it early. Congrats.
As always, Allie, we appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Allie LaForce, and Stan Van Gundy, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight. And now, we present the player of the game, Jason Tatum.
Hi, and thanks for joining us on 2K Sports NBA Action. It's coming up. I'm Brian Anderson, along with Grant Hill and Clark Kellogg, our reporter, Allie LaForce. And a look at the injury situation. A lot of bodies absent for this team tonight, including a big name.
They've sustained a number of injuries. 4 different players out of the lineup. The coaching staff racking their brains to keep them steady.
And now let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Charlotte Hornets. Hall and Miller at the 1 and the 2. Knipple out there with Miles Bridges. And it's Diabate in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And for the Wizards, they've got Johnson. He's out there with Trae Young. Sarr out there with Bilal Coulibaly. And it's Riley in at the 4-man position. Both of these teams need a win badly tonight, Grant. Neither has been playing to their potential as of late.
You know, you can really sense the desperation in the air. A win here would be a big step in the right direction for either squad. And BA, a loss could set them back even further.
Now here's Young. Shot clock at 6. Beyond the arc. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
The deep ball from Young. He only needs a little wiggle room to feel comfortable firing away.
Ball passes to Miller. For 3, Bridges. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Now here's Johnson. That one's good, and it's Young with the assist.
Yeah, good to see Johnson getting into the defense down low and succeeding. Sometimes you gotta fight for it, young man.
And one unfortunate distinction for the Hornets. Clark, the only NBA team to never win their division.
And to add to that, the second lowest number of playoff appearances after the Pelicans. And, you know, BA, with no immediate postseason prospects, Charlotte fans have to understand this is going to be a process that takes some time.
Now here's Johnson. That 3's off the mark. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Thank you, guys. The Hornets are trying to create a winning environment. Coach Charles Lee said, quote, "We know this is a young team, so I want culture enhancers who help us build with their hard work and creativity. Having that energy coming into the building every day is the most important thing." Ryan?
Looking to set the standard. Allie, thank you.
And right there, Johnson electing to go mid-range. Nice old-school stuff from the rookie.
Back to Ball. Lets it go from deep. Drops in the 3.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Young with a screen on Miller. From deep, Johnson. Ball with the rebound. Charlotte's gone 2 for 3 from outside the arc. Pass to Diabate. Count it.
And Ball definitely has the passing DNA. Some of his dime drops are really sweet.
Ball against Young. 23 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. A good look from Johnson. And the rebound goes to Charlotte. Pass to Ball. The 3 is up. No luck on that one. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Hornets out in front. They're up by 3. And we'll be back in just a minute with the start of the second quarter. If you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from Charlotte?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Yeah, you know, I agree. No warm-up needed. They came in on fire and have already built a nice lead.
We've got Carlton Carrington. He's out there with Hardy. And it's Vukcevic in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Wizards. Well, Clark, what's something that sets Miles Bridges apart from his fellow NBA players?
How about we start with toughness? I mean, he's a physical presence out there. He loves a challenge, highly competitive. I like his physicality on the wing. I mean, he invites contact, and he's not shying away from anybody.
Here's Champagnie after Charlotte's three-pointer on the other end. Takes a three. James with the rebound. Hornets leading by 6. Pass to McNeely.
2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter. 2 minutes.
And he buries his first look.
Nice offense here. Close in. Great bet to go.
The Wizards on offense. Offensively, it's been a struggle for them.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
And so now a timeout called by Brian Keefe. Coach probably just checking to make sure everybody's on the same page here.
It's time to get excited, everyone. Easy family. Here's the Hype Club. Make some noise.
Here. Well, Clark, players sometimes talk about the game slowing down as they gain experience.
Well, it's the benefit of experience, understanding situations, having gone through various situations as you get more engaged in the league over time. The more you understand where you're supposed to be, usually you can get there on time or early, and you're more reactive versus thinking.
And there's 1:45 left in the second quarter. Pass to Riley. Back to Young. Five on the clock. The Wizards need to get off a shot here. And it's Coulibaly missing. Charlotte leading by 8. Here's Miller. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. To the paint. From inside. It's blocked. And he's able to get it back. 1:04 left in the second period. Inside. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. They just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Here's Champagnie. Yet to see a basket. And here's Sarr. Pass to Champagnie. Washington moving the ball around. Here's Young. He drains it as the shot clock ticks down.
And the defense has to be more aware, or else Young will stick them from the mid-range every time.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. The three from Ball. Yes, sir! Ball hits a triple. The Wizards trail by 11. Outside Young. He takes it in. Good D by Ball.
Got what he wanted, but then blew the lay-in. He tricked that one.
And so it's Charlotte closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. Great shot selection right now. Keeping the game simple and getting high percentage looks. More NBA on 2K Sports right after this. ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. LaMelo Ball with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Yeah, even with the extra attention he's getting from the defenders, he's finding ways to excel.
Well, we're not surprised by that. No more than what we've come to expect of him. He can adapt and adjust to anything a defense tries to throw at him.
Here's who Charles Lee is starting in the second half. Ball and Miller at the 1 and the 2. Miles Bridges is out there with Knipple, and it's Diabate in at the 5 spot. And down it goes. 2 points. Johnson's got 6.
Yeah, for a young wing like Johnson, scoring inside will open up the rest of the floor for you.
Bridges passes to Ball. Ball in the paint.
Boy, he gives this team exactly whatever scoring it needs, and that's one of the things you really like about him.
During his career, we've seen LaMelo Ball score from just about everywhere.
Yeah, you know, he's really a talented player. I mean, he can make it hard on any defense. He's always in motion, and he knows what to do when he catches the basketball. He's unpredictable in how he goes about it. It's hard cover for sure.
Pass to Miller. Here's Knipple. The shot misses.
No defender in sight. He tries to take initiative, but ultimately comes away empty-handed.
Outside Coulibaly. From deep, Johnson. The rebound by Bridges. Hornets leading by 8. 1:11 left to play in the third quarter. It's rebounded by Washington. Coulibaly's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Young. Outside Coulibaly. Pass to Johnson. Down low. Here's Young. Fearless from Young inside.
Yeah, there's Trae Young getting it done inside.
And Ball will bring it up here for Charlotte. They've led by as many as 11. And here's Miller. The kick out to Ball. From outside, off the mark. The Wizards trail by 6. Here's Johnson. Ball with the rebound. The Hornets have gotten just 1 of 5 shots to drop since halftime. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Ball's got 10 points.
He could have walked to the basket.
Here's Young. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so it's Charlotte finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. A big difference in shooting percentages. That's why they lead. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm Assist of the Game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
Terrific versatility coming from a big man. Not something that the majority of big guys possess.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. Trae Young out there with Johnson. Then there's Bilal Coulibaly. Then it's Alexander Sarr. And it's Riley in at the 4 spot. That's the 5 on the floor for the Wizards.
Getting better at finding ways to draw fouls. Young just daring the D to get physical.
At the line for the Wizards, Trae Young, taking 2 shots.
First free throw is good.
And Trae Young's attitude on the floor is so striking. He's got this unbreakable edge to him. He's super competitive and is ready to scrap with you.
And both free throws good for Young.
Well, you have no concerns when he's at the free throw line. Very consistent.
Now Miller. Outside ball. Fires the 3. Young with a rebound. The The Wizards trail by 6. Now Johnson. Now here's Young. Ball with a steal. It's stolen away. And it's Washington on the break. Johnson. Oh, can't hit the jumper. Charlotte has gone 4 of 8 from 3. A nice percentage. Miller. Outside ball. Puts up the tray. The triple drop.
Oh, you got to love how quick ball shot is. Doesn't take a lot of time to get himself squared up.
Young looking around. Sar down low. Owning the post right there.
Hey, it's typically a positive for this offense when he's assertive and looking to score.
And we've got a timeout called by Charles Lee. He wants their game plan to be crystal clear at this point. Keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Well, over the break, I listened to Charles Lee talk to his team, and they told their team, no easy threes, let's guard that arc, don't let anyone get an open look. With the lead, they want to close this one out with their perimeter defense. Back to you.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Here's Ball. From 13 feet. Yes, sir! Bank it in the layup.
Gotta love that effort for the second chance point.
The Wizards trail by 9. Right side, Young.
With how great a shooter Young is, defenders bite on that pump fake a lot.
Second team foul. At the line for 2, Trae Young.
He hits the first one, and that brings him with an 8. And both free throws good for Young. Charlotte leading by 7. LaMelo! Ooh, the 3 doesn't go. 1:19 left in the final quarter. Yes, sir! The finish with the jam.
Ooh, important points from Sar. And just great recognition of the moment. Don't see that in a lot of young players. Wow.
Out of bounds, it'll go to the Wizards.
Unforced turnovers. They'll drive your coach insane.
Young with it. 54 seconds left to play in the fourth. Koulibaly fires. Knocks down the trifecta.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game.
Yes.
Now here's Ball. Dishes outside. The putback.
And this is so critical. They now have to score every trip up the floor. It's not over yet.
It's money from deep.
Big time from Johnson. Don't tell Trey he's a rookie.
And we've got a timeout called by Charles Lee. And a great call on his part. This is the time you want to be in sync right here. How do you think this is going to play out?
It's always interesting to see what play a coach has saved for a situation like this.
And we call those ATOs, or plays run after a timeout. They often make the difference in the game.
Keep it going. No. Let's see what you got.
Ball against Young. Ball taking his time here. Oh, and just miss after miss right now. And so they foul intentionally.
Third personal foul. Third team foul. At the line for the Wizards, Trey Young. Who's shot?
First free throw is good, and that'll put him up 2. And so both free throws good, and it's a 3-point game.
Couldn't have asked for anything better there. Only a 3 can tie it now.
So it's a narrow victory for the Wizards, pulling out the W. What a performance they had here at home today.
I'll tell you what, these are the ones that are so nice to win and so tough to lose. I love being on the edge of my seat, never knowing what would happen next.
All right, let's send it down to Allie LaForce, who's with our player of the game.
Well, Trey, leadership is such a key part of the point guard position. What's your focus in living up to that?
I'm a big guy and good in team chemistry, so any chance I can, go bowling, hang out with these guys, build chemistry, and I think that's where it starts off the court. That translates on.
Bowling, that's something I haven't done in a while. Thanks for the inspiration.
Allie, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark Kellogg, this is Brian Anderson thanking you all for tuning in tonight. And we present the player of the game, Trey Young.